Hey guys, it's your Booth here. Welcome back. I'm feeling a lot better than yesterday. As you can tell, I don't sound like I'm dying. What's my mouse caught on? Okay, there we go. Oh, hey Twee, how you doing? But anyways, yeah, welcome back to Genshin Impact. As we switch over to here. And my thing is showing. I hate when it does that. It does that. Why does it does that? Okay, so I have to minimize it. That's annoying. It does that, and sometimes it doesn't do that. I don't know why. Almost forgot. Leaves the room, crashes through the ceiling. Ah, okay. Couldn't forget that signature bit. Also, for some reason, my follower list didn't refresh yesterday, but now it did. Apparently, I got 2 new followers. So, thank you, Jolo Yolo 21 and Blackworm for the follows. I hope you guys enjoy. Excuse me. Anyways.
The duty.
Oh, sweet. Twitch rewards. And there's a survey.
Tengu warrior is to watch over the mountains and forests, while that of the Kujo clan is to guard Inazuma.
Just Genshin a while. I've played works again, even won a card match. Oh, sweet. That's good to hear. But yeah, guys, today, it's probably a bit old by this point. Everyone's done it, except for me. I'm probably the only Genshin player that hasn't gotten this bit. But we're going to be doing the, Archon Quest, The Nightbird Falls at the Curtain's Call. I have been avoiding this quest for so long. It's almost kind of sad. But I had to, I like to wait for my friends to play it, in case my friends want to watch my streams. It also gives me time to do other things. And then also, I had finals, so that was fun. But my friends have played it, I am now graduated, and it is time to encounter a bug right off the bat. First Genshin stream, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. First Genshin stream back, we're already causing mischief. Hey, I gotta check the doors. The doors open real fast. Give me a second.
To manifest eternity per the almighty
Door is
Shogun's
closed.
will. That is what I aspire to.
If I ever get chat voice, I should make that a redeem just to have people mess with me. Go check my door. Ah, so we gotta go to Sumeru City. Gonna configure my party real fast. Let's take Traveler.
There's still a long road ahead.
Who do I want to use today? Let's grab... Let's grab Mr. Floppa.
Let's go gather some samples.
I love that voice line now. He sounds so eager to just want to collect some samples. Oh, shoot, sorry. I gotta remember to mute my mic when I cough. Okay, looks like Dory.
So, what's the deal?
And... Hydro...
Stay close.
Yeah, this'll work.
The value of knowledge cannot simply be quantified in monetary terms.
Now then, let's go ahead and... I'm just gonna make this easier myself. Now it should start when I arrive here. Oh yes, happy birthday, Tainari. Yep.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay! That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataris Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me, so all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
Well, he's got a point there.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tataris Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma.
That is correct, Paimon. Thank you for the obvious.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Paimon, you should know this. Paimon! We've encountered so many people from Sumeru outside of the country of Sumeru who are doing a research topic on a random thing in a different country. Did you just forget this?
Great! Let's go find out what this Tataris Suna mystery is all about.
It's probably something that we already know and we solved. We did a lot in Inazuma. Actually, wait, since this is since this focuses on Scaramouche, actually, this would be funny if I equipped this character. I'm just gonna do this actually. Let's equip a certain character for funnies.
We'll need a strategy.
What is the situation?
Ha!
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
The text says her, but he said he. If you're looking for the traveler, that's me.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Why do you have doubt? Everyone recognizes me at a glance.
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
I'm literally the only person that travels with a floating companion.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
Oh, you were in Inazuma too.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Okay, well, to start off, it is a murderous death pool that, unless you fix the furnace, which I did, will kill you over time. And after you fix it, it'll still kill you over time.
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see.
Yeah, sorry, I can't help this time. Yeah, all I did was fix a furnace and fight a battle there. I also fought a weird samurai guy who was losing his mind. Huh. I wonder if he's doing okay. Anyways, sorry I can help
My
with this.
teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Okay.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows. Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabuki Mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Ah.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kinda fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow, did I get lucky!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out.
I get that, but like seriously, calm down, dude.
It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago. Even back then, Tatarasuna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Huh. Could it be?
Wait, so there are two missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Oh, I'm seeing where this is connecting.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art.
Oh. Hmm.
Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
Yeah, I was starting to recognize that.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
What's the biggest detail?
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Okay, George Cameron, can you please just stop and get to the point?
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
Thank you, Kappa.
According to information acquired by Yama's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
A puppet?
A puppet?
Shogun puppet that the Electro Archon should be ruling Inazuma with her speak. Couldn't be her. Has to be the Balladeer. What was he doing 400 years ago in Tatarasuna?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Well, Insights 2020. Clara Paimon hopes she keeps her mouth shut.
No. Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Alright. Let's read this. How long is this? Oh god, there's 3 extracts. Okay. A man arrived in Tatarasuna about around 3 in the afternoon. From afar, he spied 3 laborers walking along the mountain roads toward the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people, convinced that so long as they reached the raging fire in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that set that this is this the reason why you said it would take forever? Reading. A mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back, and yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me? Sir Miyazaki, I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking the first steps on their journey. Expression relaxed. Like Katsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What damage could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for the intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think there should have been many working alongside the Watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the Watcher turn. This Watcher was Niwa, army officer and administrator for Tatarasuna. Born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the 3 pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression. He said, "It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. "We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Kaidahara says yea or nay." Katsuragi frowned, and with a sigh he said, "Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs, and still, you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Ah, should my Lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss." Niwa smiled, replying, "And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi?" Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of a way to deflect, and so groused, "I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are nothing before you." Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps light with the clarity of youth. The head that peeked in was round and, in the light of the fires, looked like an oiled jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Katsuragi called out after him, "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat it?" The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while he answered, "Very well, I'll try it. You are welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all," Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. The Kabukimono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunderclouds roil, grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplication mirroring the Kabukimono, with knees bent and face pointed towards the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured and unaccounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his studying gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of sight beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in its bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to study the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who cried out for help, and with a plop, it landed at Kabukimono's feet. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the earth to take a bite out of it. Yet he did not, for the dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. The Kabukimono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by a storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabuki Mono. Katsuragi rushed to the doorway and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there is no trace of him. And with much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid, but he has yet to send us any missive. Look." Makoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, his face grave as one attending the funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsuragi peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if the darkness now was the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people had already perished. That was why. Why? Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in drips and drabs. That was why they had set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, till the Kabuki Mono himself had departed upon the tides, under foul skies and ominous fortunes. It had been Katsuragi who had brought him back and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it had been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains, in the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk had began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned to suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled. Unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents, the people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by the Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, though he only nicked the silken veil the intruder wore. For a moment they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond the reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems the rest of the work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it is apparent that this novel of fantastical, colorful, and sensibilities bore from an imagination well utilized.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
Oh God, please no. Remember when they did cutscenes that were voice acted? Remember when they did cutscenes that explained backstory and were voice acted to some degree? in an exposition? How long is this? Okay. I just saw glossary introduction in body paragraph. It's like I'm in college again. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by blah, 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 to be numbered. Abstract. The Tatarasuna area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the data available. Glossary. Tatarasuna area, Raiden Gokuden, Mikoshi Nagamasa, Kabuki Mono. Introduction. This paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the happily hidden tales of Tatarasuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that do not quite fit the steely nature of metalwork yet linger about Tatarasuna, which was a central pillar of the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Strange notes from Tatarasuna area. Their contents are as follows. Perhaps I overstep, but I think Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsuragi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nizuchi Beach. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer, known as Niwa. We at last made a single nagamaki. We call it the Dai Tatara Nagamasa. And the inspector was in high spirits. He and the vice armory officer. Nozomu was so taken by the beauty of the Dai Tatara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it, and he performed a sword dance that was with that wandering eccentric. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade was cut deep into the flesh. Cast his own nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order, and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. Kinjiro hid the nagamaki and Nozomu's drawing in the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong, but even so, he is not amendable for reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tatarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo, and we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Dai Tatara Nagamasa with him, and the joy of watching the nameless eccentric perform the sword dance with Katsuragi. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. Oh, was this that treasure I found in Tatarasuna? Like the giant sword? Like the claymore? Because you find that in Tatarasuna, and there's like 3 parts of the key. Oh, that's cool. Three. One for the inspector, one for the army officer, and one to be left in Tatarasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found. So I was so bold as to hide the 3 pieces within treasure chests in Tatarasuna. I found them all. Hee-hoo. Oh, here's the big body copy. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatarasuna area. Among the 7 notes... I'm gonna get a drink of water. I need to get some water. I'll be right back. This is getting lengthy. Yeah, this is definitely turned into an audiobook stream. Anyways, I'll be back. I'm back. Now, where did I leave off? Oh, yes. More text. Having scattered across the Tatarasuna area, among 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old. While the last one looks more recent. I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are different time periods, though the gulf in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should have been related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Ryumi once mentioned in Happily Hidden Tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past, researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place had fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable. And residents of Tatarasuna have been found dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tatarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by Armory Officer Niwa, Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Makoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding the homeland's past. God. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A small portion, however, repeatedly mentions the word puppet. It should be known that puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of the information came into light. A puppet did appear in Tatarasuna. Its visage was elegant, its apparel impeccable. The way it dressed hid all the joint lines on its body. Imagine the final boss of the entire game is just a massive book and you're forced to read it in its entirety. Oh, it's all. Oh, look, the final boss. It's the entire Genshin lore leading up to when you finally arrive in like Tavat. Jesus Christ! If that was it, I would. I think I'd uninstall the game. It would not be worth. If we not, I would. I don't even care. I don't care. I'd say fuck it. I'm not doing it. Apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines of his body. If no one were to mention it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known as to almost none. Some folk claim to have spotted it appearing around Tatarasuna, while others have mentioned encountering it in the central regions of the area. Some even claim that it would frequent the beach. Tales spread of it standing beside the sea and gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City. What it was that the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document a certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric could also be read as kabuki mono, which is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, that why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tatarasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst incurring mass panic, a good possibility considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large, then the puppet would have very likely become a local resident. What is less well known is if the Kabuki Mono was just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics. A workable theory, but one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Tatarasuna have been compiled here based on historical documents from Inazuma. Starting from the administrators, the records are as follows. Oh boy, this is as exciting as when the Star Wars prequels, or at least the Phantom Menace, when the Star Wars prequels were all about government and democracy, like Phantom Menace, where it talked about trade and trying to get things done. This is so exciting. I'm learning about all the lore at once. So crazy. Is this what all my Genshin manga friends are trying to have me do? Read the lore. I'm reading the lore now. All my manga-loving Genshin friends are going to love all my knowledge. Number 15. Army Officer Niwa. Full name Niwa Hisahide. He was the inheritor of the Ishin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Kaidahara clans, were together known as the Ishin Sansaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed a remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tatarasuna with his family following the incident. Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki. Full name Miyazaki Kanio. He was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown. He primarily assisted Niwa in forging the personnel equipment. He was of affable temperament and had many friends in the region, including one Makoshi Nagamasa. I'm gonna fix my posture real fast. Yeah, I like how this says it's a brief analysis. and I'm almost at the hour mark right now. I've done nothing but read for the past hour, with brief intermission bits of like people talking, my own commentary, and having to go to get a drink of water. Inspector Makoshi Nagamasa, the successor of the Makoshi clan, adopted son to the Oni warrior Makoshi Chiyo, and the younger adopted brother to Makoshi Michihiro, also known as Iwakura, the successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their family. The records state that Makoshi Nagamasa was a stubborn figure. He was also noted to be a person of moral virtue and integrity. It has been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords for self-cultivation, and specially requested a special introduction from Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade, Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate, Katsuragi, for reasons unknown at present. Subordinate, Katsuragi, this bitch got stabbed. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personnel information regarding him. As one of Makoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service as if it was but asked of him. Yes, your favorite part of the stream was when I went back to the BRB screen and got myself water. That's good to know. It's good to know that I could just be idle stream for a solid 3 hours, and I'd get like 100 views. Kabukimono, full name unknown. From the many sources I have compiled, combined with Rumi's personal observations, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabukimono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tarasuna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kabukimono first arrived in Tarasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any sort of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. Records state that the Kabukimono was there when the Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Makoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kabukimono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. I have a theory about this. I want to wait to see what happens.
Sawada
thank God.
Encouraging me to follow his more
Thank God.
creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it.
I don't know, man. I think it'd make it more interesting, in my opinion.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah, this sounds more like a novel.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get. Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Yeah, I'll agree that Sawada's was better, but only because it was written to be more interesting, because it's more novel than the analysis essay.
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
I'll leave you to it.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Oh, Tweet, I just realized the reason they show all that information, I think, is because if people missed the past two events that led up to this, like they kind of referenced more of the Balladeer and things. I think that they put that there if you want to have like an idea of like just some bit of backstory. Because there were two big events that kind of Okay, I'll remember what I read. I also remember what I watched.
Hey, so that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the Balladeer, doesn't it?
Yep.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
Yep.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
What's wrong?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
Oh, hell no.
Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
Alright. Okay, I still have this sword. Time to teach him a lesson. Nihida? What the? Nihida.
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the Balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Suristana? Aren't you supposed to be locked up? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain.
You better have a very good explanation for why you have a dangerous criminal out and about.
It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
You made a deal. What was the agreement? He wouldn't kill people?
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
No, I think locking up and keeping you locked away in a prison and waiting for it to rot, then putting you in another prison, just for the hell of it, is a good way to start it.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Well, aside from the obvious that this game is refusing to let me do it, though I get the pleasure of beating the crap out of you every week, Nahida hasn't let me do it.
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
I'm going to punch that smug face so hard.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
Wouldn't it be awesome when we eventually get Scaramish's character story, Kazuha appears in it? I would not be surprised.
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Bitch, were you here, like, I don't know, when you were taking over the country? Everyone was questioning the god of wisdom. Not her judgment, mind you, but still, people were questioning her. He may be smug, but you have to admit he has good eyeliner. I will agree to only that. Now I'm gonna go turn off my heat because my parents have a fireplace downstairs and the heat's all rising to my room. Alrighty.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Nahida, you are not the Geo Archon. You cannot just make a little contract and hope it works. You're also more responsible with money, so there's no way you could be the Geo Archon.
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position.
Okay, you have my attention.
Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
Well, I expect the Fatui are both going to change all of their hidden secrets and move things that were sacred to different sites, and also try and send someone after to take out Scaramouche now. But yeah, we can get a lot of information out of him, I'll give you that.
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
So he tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers.
Hmm. Okay.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
So far, I think hiding inside of this big little temple is doing you some good.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
Okay, fine, I'll deal with him for one day, but he has goofy shorts.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch. Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
Wait, why me?
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's why I came here.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Can I stop just saying what the lines are going to be for the next bit of dialogue? So, like, almost like a T. I keep doing that. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point.
Right, they mentioned something about Descenders.
It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am. He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
And what if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
Even though he's giving me his whole backstory. The list of things he's done. Tried to gaslight me into saying we've met before. Was the reason Inazuma was in a civil war. Destroyed a lot of good friends from the Inazuman resistance army. Usurped the throne that you had as god and took over. Nearly killed us. Twice. That's the joke, Twee. I know he acts like he never met me. That was the joke. That was the joke. It went so far over your head, it just hit Pluto.
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on.
I want to say you're wrong by that, Nahida, but at the same time, I don't think I can.
How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all.
That's right, a Crunchwrap Supreme, and also my sister.
Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
Yeah.
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Thank you, Nahida. I'll give him a chance.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it. Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help? I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. It seems like we have a telepathic connection. In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned.
Okay, so are we gonna just watch him while he goes through in the little mind palace?
Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease.
I mean, if he's anything like Child, I hope that his Harbinger half also damages him. So that's why he's not using it. Hopefully. Then again, he's a puppet, so I don't think he has the biological limitations most people have.
Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Well, I'm glad to be able to help at least.
Great. Thank you.
If not helping find information on my sister, helping put Scaramouche in his place.
Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul. Wow, it looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Oh, it looks a lot healthier.
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
And the grass seems fluffier for some reason. Maybe that's just me. And you stand out like a sore thumb.
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nikita sent me to babysit you, bitch.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Actually, let's call it like you're on parole right now, and I'm your parole officer.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Ah,
I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you, on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
understood.
Fine, let's call it truce, but only until this mission's over.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all.
I guess I'm going to get used to looking at your beauty shorts then.
Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
Yeah.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
No, my mind's pretty much a void. I can take it.
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
This scene made me realize even more than... Oh, this, Nikita's with Archon, although she wants to help us. Yeah, I agree. She's been pulling out all stops. She's been, like, gripping at every single, like, angle to try and help us. Which is more than the past 3 Archons have done. Let's see. Backstory on just one in particular moment from their creation, because they were just a wisp. Refuses to give any information because they don't want to say it, because it'll break a contract. And also they're bad at bartering. And has PTSD and depression and kind of locks himself up inside their own body. And their maiden and or familiar that like gave us all the information we need is very snarky about giving us information that we need. So yeah, Nikita's been really good. Yeah, I still love. I love all the Archons. I'm just poking fun because, like, Look, they all have their own flaws, and I love. And it's really interesting to see them all. But it is fun to poke fun at them. Anyways, there's no need for all the biting sarcasm.
We can start now.
All right, and while we start, I'm gonna take a sip of water.
Soul access granted. Initiating connection procedure. Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Soul.
It's different from what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Soul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Easy for you to say. Actually, I think echoing my voice might be a little annoying.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
It's a common thing that a lot of people do when they don't like someone. Paimon, you get used to it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Soul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Soul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Okay, he's asking me permission, so
Let's go.
I trust him now.
Stay close. Don't go running off.
I trust him here.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Okay. So do we touch that?
These sapling things have spread out.
The fragments have dissipated. The space seems to be affected.
Those are all packets of information from inside Soul. Be careful not to touch them.
Location's changed. We got transported. Oh, so don't touch those. Got it. Whoa.
It looks the same in every direction.
The Valier's more used to it than I. Whoa.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost.
Oh.
Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little? We're here.
What a huge tree!
This is the center of Soul. All the information in the world is flowing through here.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents.
It's funny. Okay,
Establishing waypoint.
I'll have the echo on slightly, just to give a slight funny echo effect, like as if I'm inside of the place. Let me know if it gets too annoying.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
He hasn't put any resistance, and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First Akaba and Sawada's stories, and now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Yeah, it sure seems like it.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Oh my gosh! Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join. Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
Wait, Paimon, are you saying you haven't actually been... You don't think out your own thoughts in your head with your own voice? Weird. I'm guessing you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon, no thoughts, head empty. No, Paimon has like one brain cell, but it bounces around in her head like that Windows screensaver.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yeah, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others. Reminds me of myself.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is this about his past? Like the betrayals and the other events at Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at Pardestia. I've seen some things from his past. I relate what I saw in the Balladeer's mind.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Well, at least he has a reason, unlike Child.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else. Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon. Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that? If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that. Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
You tell Nahida about the story Akaba and Sawada are writing.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone. So the Gesse got it right? Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Just like more recently with the Forge. I had to fix that shit. Oh, that was annoying. So many days.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
Even if it was, we have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
Oh my god, can you just... Can you just, like, shut up?
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Well, every conversation with you is hard work, but your attitude is better than I thought.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage. Huh? Wait.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Paimon, let him figure it out first.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name. Niwa was the man in charge of Tatara Suna. Plus, he belongs to the lineage of Ishin art.
Whoa!
Oh, no. Oh.
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose, they are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
Escher.
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with the Shogun. This is our last hope. But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torachiyo, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Oh.
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you... gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us. He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa? Already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me, creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Okay.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Dottore! Good. Good.
You okay, man?
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tatara Suda incident.
But why did we see things from his perspective? When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
This betrayal was a lie that he believed for hundreds of years. Was this a part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over there.
They need to give him some time to process his emotions. Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up? Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as the mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began.
Okay, so what do you think of the scene with Dottore? Definitely was not what I was expecting at all. I was expecting the Katsuragi taking the Kabuki Mono to live on Tatarasuna was a cover-up thing. My thought was that Scaramouche was the Kabuki Mono, but he disguised himself, but he went by the name Katsuragi. That was my thought.
It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back. Holy moly! So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dottore, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Oh, okay. A while later.
Shall we see how he's doing?
Sure.
Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
Well, as much as I love teasing people, you are one, the guy that helps us get into this place, and two, our only means of escaping. Also, as much as I like teasing people, I need to know where the line is. So, we just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat. Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not unexpected, but still, thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
Oh?
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
The Jester was another Fidui Harbinger.
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Well, I figured that Conria was the first place she went to.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Oh no.
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
Fine. What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
That is not a question, that is a request. Oh, you want to read my mind? Fine.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
What? Why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did he seem to hesitate? But that was because I know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. Ah, shit.
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Okay, I did not press B. It just skipped that bit right entirely there.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Balladeer, stop.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
Oh, son of a bitch.
From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Ah, shit. How am I gonna do this? Nahida, please.
Oh no, he's really gone. Oh, can you hear me?
Oh, thank God. Nahida.
Nahida! Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power. It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
We tell Nahida everything that happened.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had? Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida. Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Okay. But he's in Irminsul, so we're kind of running away from the problem. Fair enough.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something? This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
Wait, is there anything I can do?
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
Okay.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay? Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Okay.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
So, Paimon, remember when... Oh, yeah, she doesn't remember Greater Lord Tabata. The Balladeer's question was a strange one. It might be hard to explain in full, and truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part of about Greater Lord Tabata now and focus on Balladeer. Look, he might be trying to change the past.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Oh, Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history?
Huh?
Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry, Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
Oh, I forgot to turn off the echo. Sorry. I forgot. My bad.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily, but maybe.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him. There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed. If the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what that situation will look like. Worst case scenario will affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden Gokuden, Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayoto. Will this mean they'll disappear?
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next? Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Well, with this new thoughts, yes, me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and Dragon chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad. Also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered consomme, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and
Paimon? Paimon, what's wrong?
What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You... Hang on. You were getting so worried about the situation of the Balladeer, you started listing foods.
The Balladeer?
Yes.
Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name though.
Oh. Oh, shit. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer. That must mean... he actually pulled it off. But how do you have the ability? Doesn't make any sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Shit. If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now is not the time to explain. What has changed? What has changed? What has changed? What has changed? Well, everything here seems fine, so... hopefully Inazuma's okay? We're gonna spawn over here. No, I'm scared for the entire existence of everything right now. If there's one thing that gives me anxiety is when time travel is fucked with. In terrible ways. Apparently the events of the game that just occurred were so bad that my game just crashed. My game literally just crashed. Scaramouche caused the game to crash. That is the first time that's happened, I think. I wasn't expecting that at all. Like, I've had the game, like, disconnect from, like, losing internet, but, like... Huh. Oh, he does. Currently we're doing the, the new Archon Quest. And so far I'm trying to go back to Inazuma, but my game just crashed. Oh, we're back in Inazuma. So, nothing seems different so far. And that concerns me greatly, so we're gonna see what's changed now. Because the Balladeer messed with something.
I wonder what's on the other side of the ocean. Yes.
Well, those two kids are there, and they're still there. The water wheel's still there. I don't... Okay. Well, if Naganohara Fireworks is still here, so that's at least... save. Well, let's check over here.
We made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
Can you tell me about the ride in Gokuden?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Oh yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now.
Yeah, the cursed blade.
We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
Was there a reason for the decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, This was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunin, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokunin were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatara Suna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster.
Twee is actually again with this is an Archon Quest, not a character quest. Welcome back, Twee. Actually, it's an Archon interlude.
Tatara Suna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out.
That's...
The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphan son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world.
That's not what happened.
In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokunin. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokunin. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
The legend of the Raiden Gokunin has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. Looks like the balladeer did something in Irm's soul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Okay, so he still exists. And he's the same Kazuha, I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. That's all. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
Yeah.
On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
Shit. Okay, let's check the Kamisato estate. Oh yeah, tweet. That was the Twitch drops. Please be okay. Please be okay.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while.
Your voice does not sound anything to what I remember it, but I'm going to let that pass. Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
What do you think? Shall we go in?
Thank you. We'll take you up on the offer. Can we take a walk in the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then. Thanks!
Dude, that voice is not intimidating at all.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Yes, Furuta. May I ask you a couple questions?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual on the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
Ayato is still the Yashiro Commissioner, and Ayaka is still the Lady of the House. Nothing changes here. As far as I can see, nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now. Many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the Commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins
Oh, Toma's
him.
okay.
I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The Commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home, but given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the Commissioner is so fond of home comforts.
I don't like that they keep saying the commissioner and Miss Kamisato. I feel like something's changed.
They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention. It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away.
Okay, so it is Ayako and Ayato.
Happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you. People of the Kamisato clan are very dear friends to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Paimon likes it here too! Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Tarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am! Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yeah, everything was taken care of.
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
How do I keep guessing the lines?
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Don't care. Xavier? Oh, shut up. I can't complete the quest until I do a side quest. Wonderful. I knew I shouldn't have ignored that quest. Anyways, let's go talk about Xavier and his movie that I really don't like. Well, everything here seems normal-esque. I can't believe I'm doing this quest on a different timeline now. Hey, you found me, Burp. Yeesh, it reeks of booze around here. You're drunk, aren't you, Xavier? Go easy on the drinks. Don't say that. It's ruining the vibe. You sound like my mom. Burp. Come on. Let's drink together. Maybe some other time. Huh? What kind of friend are you? You're no fun. Wasn't it just, right when we were filming? I was being questioned. Madly so. Yesh. Actually, I don't blame Miss Koharu, Burp, or Mr. Sasano. They were very cooperative at first. That is to say, or I think that it is to say, it's probably because I'm not that talented. You just need a little more experience. You you really are a good person, you know that? You're so good. Here, let me give you a hug. Hey, you were just drunk. You were drunk as a skunk. You're not taking advantage of the situation to get chummy with us, are you? Yeah, I think you've had a little too much to drink. You know that film I worked so hard on before? Well, the higher ups of the Tenryo Commission didn't like it too much. They didn't come right out and say it, but they were totally silent, which means they didn't approve it. But I refuse to accept this. I refuse. This time I was able to get funding from Lord Kamisato to make this film, so I must take this seriously. Don't you think? My dearest, most adored good friend, you're closer to me than a sibling, so I'll tell you something about me. I'm an engineer. But I think I can be more than an engineer. I've read lots of books and I can write stuff. I could be a film writer, an actor, a director. I'm not talking out of my hat here. I could really do it. Don't you believe me? I believe you. Great. I could kiss you if I could, but I drank a smidge too much. My breath stinks. Don't get the wrong idea, Kai Leston. I just think you're truly my most dearest and bestest friend. My best friend, I must treat you to a meal today, and I won't take no for an answer. My dear fellow, we order food from you, correct? Come, my friend, order whatever you'd want. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm back. Dry braised salted fish, please. That's all? Oh, no, unacceptable. You're my best friend. Best friend of Xavier, man of Fontaine, who is keeping you from completing a story quest. Being stingy with my friends would damage my character, and I am, if nothing else, a person of character. My dear sir, we'll have tri-flavored skewer, tonkotsu ramen, and whatever else you serve here. Understood. Erica, one of everything for this table. They pile food high at my table. Dear Kylestine, dear Paimon, now this is what I call a real meal. Come on, let's eat, for our dreams. You have a meal with Xavier. Burp. Burp. Actually, let me put echo on that. Burp. Oh, you're a good guy, Xavier. You're Paimon's best friend. Well, one of them anyway. So, how was everything? Simply divine. I could taste the lake in your rice and fish. That sweet and delicate aroma is just like what I'd have in my hometown of Petrichor. Is that so? I'm glad you liked it. Now, I don't mean to eavesdrop, but this film you mentioned sounds very interesting indeed. Could you tell me more about it, if you wouldn't mind? You explain the film. Oh, so this Outlander has to resolve the stand-up and fight when things get tough. Impressive. But to be honest, there is so little thought or hesitation involved here that this person barely seems human at all. When they meet an enemy they can't beat, they summon up the courage to charge anyway, and they actually triumph. Sort of daring is actually rather frightening. You're still young, Xavier. I take it you've never experienced such life-threatening situations before. Certainly not life-threatening, but this is the reason why my script has been criticized. Oh, is this the reason? Well, let me put it this way. Is having an identical experience first strictly necessary to writing a good story. From what I understand, quite a number of great authors are homebodies. Besides, I find this no-nonsense, swords-drawn approach very Inazuma-esque. Since I've come to Inazuma, I should make some films with that Inazuma flair. Mr. Kayabuki's original work was also in this style. In order to preserve these unique elements, I've decided to honor the source. Ah, you mean Kayabuki Ike. An interesting lad, to be sure. Xavier, I'm moved by your dedication to film. I can't help but reminded of a story I once heard. Ah, sitting at a restaurant, eating and listening to stories like this is also so Inazuma. I love it. Please go on. Nom nom. You guys go on. I'm just gonna finish up over here first. Long, long ago, there lived someone named Saishimaru. Saishimaru was born to samurai parents who worked for powerful people. Well, they weren't very powerful themselves, but they weren't too bad either. But these parents seemingly made a strange error in their work, incurring punishment and eventually submitting to their execution. Unable to accept their deaths, Saishimaru toiled to find the samurai family that carried out the sentence. Truth be told, the responsible party did everything by the book, and the family serving as executioner normally wouldn't have been blamed for the sentence they were ordered to carry out. This family was also acquainted with Saishimaru. Goodness me, this story is pretty hard to tell without naming names. For now, suppose that the family responsible was the Wakayama clan. To all the good people in Inazuma named Wakayama, please don't hate me for this. As I was saying, blinded by hatred, Saishimaru decided to take revenge upon the Wakayamas. But by then, the person who had personally beheaded Saishimaru's parents had already passed away, leaving the eldest son in charge of the Wakayama estate. This person also happened to be Saishimaru's childhood friend, but now they had become enemies. This story about a family's fall following punishment from above. I've heard tales like this before. Looks like our young friend is well-read. Officials are privileged, but they also have responsibilities, and mistakes must be punished. We have our own rules here in Inazuma. It's not unheard of for an official to slip up and fall into ruin. But you don't seem surprised at all. You must have a wide circle of friends. Since this isn't surprising to you, I'm afraid that the fallout between Saishimaru and the son of Wakayamas will be equally predictable. Paimon knows, something awful's gonna happen next. Doesn't matter if it's Mondstadt, Liwa, or Inazuma, it's always the same wherever you go. Indeed. There is nothing new under the sun. People always lose themselves due to the same old things. I suppose there are plenty of stories like this in Fontaine, too. Anyways, before any action is taken, Saishimaru, supposedly remembering the old days, took out a tamari and a sword, and let the eldest son of the Wakayama family choose between them. What does that mean? How should I know what Saishimaru was thinking? Still, I think that the tamari and the sword represent life and death, respectively. Having made the wrong choice, the Wakayama's eldest son had no choice but to accept being pursued and slain by Saishimaru. What an ill-fated lad. But before Saishimaru could even come knocking at his door, an illness took him. I don't know if it was lucky or unlucky. Dying of an illness and being killed both mean dying either way. So who knows? which would have been better. It's not hard to blame Seishimaru for his death. If it weren't for the former's being bent on revenge, the latter wouldn't have needed to lay low until he fell ill. After that, the younger Wakayama child immediately sought vengeance. Good grief, the cycle never ends, does it? Oh, so the eldest fell ill. Seishimaru was forced into hiding into the mountains before eventually disappearing. Some say Seishimaru fled in fear of the Wakayamas. Others say he let himself sink to the depths of the ocean to quench his burning hatred. Whichever ending you choose to believe, no one ever saw Seishimaru again. To this day, such fretful matters as hate and shame should all have flowed into the ley lines with Seishimaru's death. Since this whole dispute has lost its source, just take, and all is well again, to be this story's ending. That's it? So not even you know where Seishimaru went? Yeah. All was not well at all. What kind of ending is that? I'm sorry, but that's how the part I heard ends. After all, it's a tale that's been spread to so many places. Such vagueness is unavoidable. Back to the issue. You see, Mr. Xavier? You need a story with an ending that leaves people wanting more. Mr. Okazaki, I must say you are indeed a gentleman of great insight. I wouldn't be surprised the legend of Seishimaru took place in Fontaine, especially one of the legend's endings. The one where Seishimaru disappears to put an end to his hatred. That sounds like just what a friend of mine from Sumeru would do. I want to thank you for your kindness and the nudge you've given me, and not just through this story. Your unique way of giving advice has given me just the inspiration I needed. I think I know what's missing from my film. From before. Thank you, Mr. Okazaki. This is for the meal. If I can manage to write an even better script, I'll come back to offer you my most solemn gratitude. Okay. Tell you what, I really envy your youth and drive, traveler. To be able to befriend such a person is a gift from the gods. You must be a special person as well to have been so blessed. Good things surely await you and Mr. Xavier. Yep. Anyways, it's weird that we have this conversation in a different timeline, but hopefully you'll remember this whole thing later. Oh boy. The story is quite complete, but it's lacking some emotional turmoil. What's on your mind? Heavens forgive me, I've real soused this morning, I am. I left my friend in the restaurant after completely forgetting about them. But I think I can write this an all-new, presentable script now. And give this one more shot. It'll definitely work this time. No, I'll make it work. Please allow me a little more time. Just one day will suffice. But it's going to be tricky with these two actors. Miss Koharu and Mr. Sasano don't seem keen on trying again. I can't blame them either. I think I'll just have to think of something when the time comes. Can I help in any way? No. I couldn't ask anything more comforting than having you here to listen to me vent. My dear Kai Leston, you are indeed a great listener. Miss Paimon, if my behavior was any untoward just now, can you forgive me? I didn't mean you any offense. Oh, Miss Paimon. That's a nice ring to it. Alright then. The magnanimous Paimon has decided to forgive you. Wonderful. I feel so much better now. Let's meet tomorrow at Komori Tea House. I'll bring an even better script, you'll see. He trots off. It's great that he's so motivated, but it's just like Mr. Okazaki said. Is it really okay for him to do it all by himself? He said he's going to write a brand new script just one day. It's a big, scary job, isn't it? I'd like to help him. I don't want to. Maybe he'll like to let Xavier work out the script by himself. I don't think we can help him with his actor problem instead. I'll go talk to the actress then. Yeah, that should take a load off his back. The nightmare's over. I thought I was going to say, no, you can't do this. You're going to keep going. Oh, I'm free. We're free. Let's get this done. Well, I don't remember the mist down there, but I'll assume that's time travel. Okay, here we go. Xavier, you're just sitting here. The great inventor.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Oh, that's his voice.
Xavier, what are you doing here?
I'm sorry, fucking Xavier? Not Xavier. What? His... I'm sorry. Why are the French so weird? Why are the French so weird? Xavier? I recommend completing the world quest after you beat the Archon interlude as well, at some point to avoid potential future interruptions. I agree.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
Still writing that script?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Do you know much about Tatarasuna?
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago.
Xavier. I can't explain it, but I've already read through 2 theses. I can handle it.
I'm told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation, goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too.
Yeah.
They
Sure.
say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
mechanic. Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatara Suna? Come on, ask already.
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
We're trying to check history.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Pretty much. So can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a kabuki mono connected to Tatara Suna?
A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually. But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatara Suna is concerned.
So there's no more kabuki mono. Did the balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was. But so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Xavier. Your weird fucking name.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Time to go back and see Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you.
Because it is troubling me, and I'm very concerned by it.
Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Oh, thank God the spinal crocodiles are still the same. Thank you, Paimon.
Hey, don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
So Nahida's still the same. Good to know. I just saw the name of the title. I have a lot of anxiety right now about this whole thing. I can't explain why, I just do.
Hey, it's them.
Oh, Akaba.
Akaba!
Sawada.
Sawada! You're still here?
Are you still, sir, talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
Oh God, please, I don't want to read anything.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatara Suna, huh? Should we join them?
Perfect, these two have researched Tatara Suna's past. Let's hear. Oh God, I have to hear what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
The article you let me read last time was great.
Huh? Oh, of course.
I'll read it again. Let's do the time warp again. Abstract. The Tatara Suna art area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's missing history. Two incidents that occurred here. Details behind the first are vague at best. However, believe it. In history behind the events that have transpired. Hence, this paper shall attempt to analyze what may have unfolded between these available. The Tatara Suna area. Raiden Gokuden. Mikoshi Nagamasa. This paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, as his report of happily hidden tales of Tatarasuna, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma originally handed down from Electro Archon, as known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors do not quite fit the steely nature of metalwork yet linger about Tatarasuna's smelting center, which was the central pillar in the forging industry. There, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric mechanic from abroad, served as the three windows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind the matter that happened. I don't think they talked about it in mechanic last time. Maybe? Body. Number 1. Perhaps I overstep, but I think that Sir Nagamasa's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. 2. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. 3. We at last made a single nagamaki. We call it the Daitatara Nagamasa. The inspector was in high spirits, and he and the vice armory officer. Nozomu was so taken by the beauty of the Daitatara Nagamasa they drew a picture of it. No mention of a dance. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order, and drew a completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed malfeasance, it was out of the goodness of his heart. 6. Kinjiro hid the nagamaki, and Nozomu's drawing the arsenal. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows the right from wrong. But even so, he is still not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tatarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo, and we trust him. I shall remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating the Daitatara Nagamasa with him. I don't think changed. I think something changed here. Number 6. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. 1 for the inspector, 1 for the armory officer, and 1 to be left in Tatarasuna to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found, so I was bold as to hide the 3 pieces within treasure chests in Tatarasuna. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity. Wait, what? They all look quite old, and the last one seems more recent. I believe the first 6 notes and the last are made at different time periods, so the gulf in years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned in Happily Hidden Tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past, researchers from Sumeru have researched and investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna Inazuma. Time for a drink? And I somehow splashed myself in the face. Though the place had fallen into some degree of disrepair since the Hidden Tales were rewritten, things have improved since the time I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be a major area industry remains a place most inhospitable. And the residents of Tatarasuna may be found dwelling and living by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tatarasuna's Golden Age centuries ago, when it was administered by Army Officer Niwa, Vice Army Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. Oh, it highlights this. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma's folk histories. A small portion, however, repeatedly mentions the word outsider. It should be known that the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be the base on a real person is a very curious case. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around central or restricted areas. And if someone tried to turn him away, they would only hear incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seemingly to check on its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technical knowledge in places such as Tatarasuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcomed to the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet calamity came at not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints at high potential for causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that their assumptions were merely the results of their forebears' overactive imaginations attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. Okay. Successor of the Niwa clan, families of Kame. I'm just going to skim through the rest of these bits. Niwa's most intelligent, I believe. Event is unknown, but he's suspected to have left Tatarasuna with his family following the incident. Niwa's second in command, origins are known, is primarily assisted. You see why I thought Balladeer was Miyazaki? Origins are unknown. That would have been really interesting if that was the case, in my opinion. But this we're also getting something really cool. Inspector Nagamasa, Mikoshi Nagamasa. Successor Mikoshi clan, adopted son to Oni warrior Mikoshi Chiho, adopted younger brother to Mikoshi Michihiro. Successor, mother missing, abandoned his brother. Phone. Usually subordinate Katsuragi. Katsuragi. Now you gotta find additional personnel. We're gonna. He's loyal. Oh, I see that golden type. The mechanic. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a scepter of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuna incident. I speculate that instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from overripe imaginations, he actually did exist, perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Oh, son of a bitch. Very well. The men arrived at Tatarasuna about 3 in the afternoon. Before his laborers walking along the mountain roads toward the factories, their shoes scuffling along jutted stones. They walked like people of range on the fire. Mountain's belly, my price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond the mere description of those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted toward join the procession. There, a towering character stood half a head taller, greeted him with a heavy slap in the back. yet his words were filled with respect. Do my eyes deceive me? Sir Miyazaki, I cannot thank you for the return trip. Think that return trip Inazuma City would have been so easy on you. Miyazaki smiled like a young man taking his first steps on their journey. Expression relaxed. Why, Katsuragi, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I possibly face? And what about the good news? Well, there was some, naturally. The two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now, the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deep within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsuragi and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. The watcher was Niwa, army officer and administrator of Tatarasuna. Born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the three pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings and was a worthy successor by all accounts. This is the audiobook of all streams. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement unto himself. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression as said. It is as you said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I still believe it to be worth a try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and produced the materials that you have requested. Niwa studied the text and nodded. We should try some of these new forging techniques, whether Kaidahara says yea or nay. Katsuragi frowned. With a sigh, he said, Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs. And still, you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Ah, should my lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss. Niwa smiled, replying, And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsuragi? Katsuragi neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflecting so groused. I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you. Yeah, 30 minutes later, Daz. This is, Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But they were as just more words to be exchanged. Someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared at the door was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunchboxes to one side, nodded, and made to leave. Sir, Katsuragi called out after him. Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry? The man smiled upon hearing Katsuragi's words. I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon. You are our guest, sir. To see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment, Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled as if it was no matter. Then with a nod, he departed. Ah. The stranger, a foreign mechanic, stood next to the coast. Sunset fell in the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunderclouds roil, grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea, and the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land. But the man stood uncowed, merely gazing into the distance, radiating bloodthirst. None passed by him, and none knew what he was plotting. Time passed unmeasured and unaccounted till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the mechanic, bearing down on him like an omen. He then caressed the dark mist as if it was a part of his flesh. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of the light, falling beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone there that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in its bereftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Naught but an arm was left from the one who cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet, who crouched better to study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Katsuragi rushed to the doorway, shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Lord Niwa, but there is no trace of him. And much time has passed since Mr. Miyazaki left to seek aid. But he has yet to send us any missive. Look." Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, and his face grave as one attending a funeral. I wish not to say such words, Katsuragi, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsuragi peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if the darkness was now the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people had perished. That was why. Why? Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in drips and drabs. That was why they had first set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally no great feat, and yet there was no sign of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth. Each who left to seek salvation did so under foul skies and bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even should it cost them more lives. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterward, Nagamasa led a search party to search the mountains, the place of the furnace. Oh, I hit my mic. Search party in the mountains area from the furnace. All of no avail. Folks began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident, but worry soon turned to suspicion as they wondered if he had fled. Unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents, the people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against his discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut, but in a flash the evil spirit had shifted behind him, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in a fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like mist before his falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach, but not beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back by only by Katsuragi's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling to the furnace. Oh. The content has changed. Another effect is tampering with the information of Irminsul. The balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might, but still.
Well, what do you think?
It's a masterpiece! What could have been different instead of large amounts of text? Narration? narration could have been good. That's all I'm going to say is narration. It was good reading it, but like, they didn't design this with like streamers in mind, so no game developer does, and I that is not in any way a negative. That is how they want to make their game, and that is how they want to have it set up. I'm not going to be mad with that. It's still great and useful for getting information and lore in a text form, like reading a book or a scroll. So a masterpiece.
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Oh, I'm free for all the reading? Oh, that's good. And sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
You tell the two writers about Raiden Goken and Totara Suna's history.
So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
Sadly.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
No matter the timeline, they're always the same. Anyways, we got something to take care of now. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Will do.
How do I keep doing that? Okay, Nahida, please remember. If anything, please remember this one thing and just say you're still looking into it. Like you put up a protective bubble or something. Okay, Nahida. Please, please, please.
Nahida, we're here! Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Terrible.
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
Nahida, I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Oh, fuck. This is not good. Oh, no.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Okay, Nahida, I'm gonna explain this as best I can. Even Nahida doesn't remember, just like last time when he changed the Ermin Soul affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. The one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I'm the record keeper.
Traveler? Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
Nahida, there are things that happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. I tell you the story that was heart was broken and scattered across time. There was once one named the Balladeer, created by the Electro Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuna, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans, and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength. Then returning to Inazuma to take his revenge, he tried in vain to become a deity with the Gnosis, and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered the Ermin Soul, and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story.
Nahida, if there is anything, how could I have made this up?
So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past. But how was he even able to do that? As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality. So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Paimon, he nearly killed us several times.
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The Traveler comes from a world beyond to that. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
You can say that again. It's also a pain in the ass.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
He was betrayed thrice from the
I
Dottore.
can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm not really sure. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he really want to reset everything? Or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically. My hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata erase her own existence, and I can't tell Nahida that. To put it the other way, I know why Balladeer was so sure it could work, but I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
He chose such a radical option, and yet...
It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the Doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left. Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Well, I guess you can't change everything in past. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? Betrayal of his life? Or did he wish he'd never existed at all?
Please wait a moment. I want to check something.
Please.
Found it. This should be the one.
Okay.
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us. What is it? A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look. Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
Matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself. Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer? When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else. Hold on. So this record survived from the past? Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono in other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
Nahida, you were the smartest individual ever.
That's incredible! What a great idea! And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything.
So can you fix it?
This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer.
Can we put it back the way it was?
There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night, and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender, and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes and cats in this world, and no one can know that they were different. We solved it! I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened.
Oh, thank Nihita, thank God you are so smart.
To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use.
Intelligent.
I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered. It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke. The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
I mean, I kind of figured that one. Oh. Yeah, I kind of figured that one. That wasn't really a surprise.
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
I've never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better. This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along. Yeah, Nihita's right. Cheer up! How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
No, I don't want to. I want to fix Nihita. Can we take this story and my memories that I have of this, plug it back into Irminsul, and change everything to where it was before?
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head? You got it! Come on, Traveler! You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar!
No.
Be sure to lift our spirits.
No, I feel fine.
It must be really
Fix
tough
it.
being the only one who remembers
Fix it.
all that.
Fix it.
Paimon's
Fix it.
always here to help cheer you up.
Fix it. Fine. Well, at least there's no rules about gliding here.
What should we eat first?
I have a nagging feeling that there's something I'm missing. Something important that I'm forgetting.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what?
Sorry, it's just... Give me a minute, I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain, let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. It has to be something about Irmin's soul and deleting oneself. Great Lord Ruknavada, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
That's it. Great Lord Ruknavada. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation of Lesser Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There'd be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Ruknavada. This is a crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence. In which case, the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Oh. Well, shit.
Hey! Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid! Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off. Look, if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsettias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
Okay, no stealth option. He didn't go far.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsettias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
At one point I said we're stealing No, Paimon, we're gonna... What I want to do, personally myself, is to take him, reinvigorate all his memories into him, bring him back to his grumpy old self, tell him he doesn't need to change himself. I accept him for who he is, and then hopefully we'll all live a nice, happy life after that. No, shush.
Oh, all right.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I never would believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
Paimon, shush.
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before?
I have, and you have.
No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Scar without his memories, he's certainly, different.
Huh?
You were right. The look on his face.
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Yes, certainly.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
All right.
Then let's return to the city.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Oh, come on. You've seen me all over the town, the city.
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't... No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
All right. Nahida, we're back. We brought the former well, I guess Fatui. brought the bastard child home. Ah, Nahida, working on the computer, I see.
Nahida! Nahida! What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
I tell Lesser Lord Gusanali what happened at the Grand Bazaar.
You say that you are trekking across to Vat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called a previous incarnation. Oh, like a past life or something? Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
You are a ruthless bastard that was pissing me off, and I wanted to punch you in the face every second of the day. Not as much as child, but you were up there.
Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
Yeah, we're just trying to think of where to start. Like, do I want to start with the brutal killings, or how you almost plunged Inazuma into despair? Or the betrayals. I think the betrayals is a good place.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear.
Yes, but it'd be very pleasant to see your reaction and you just getting more and more pissed off and disheartened. At least to me.
But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
I will gladly.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Hang on, I'm going to use the bathroom real fast. This is going to get interesting. Be right back, guys. I don't think you were the first one to get back, Twee. I was here the entire time, waiting. Yeah, you seemed excited, so I thought I'd just wait. Anyways.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil. You nearly died because of what other people did, and many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
Nihita tells the Wanderer about his past.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
I'll be very honest, I still want to punch you in the face.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
We were each other's enemies. Paimon was always ready to throw hands at you.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
So I can continue punching you in the face.
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street! He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
I'll check it out after the stream tweet.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish. Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Deja vu, but okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Yeah, I don't want you getting into some knowledge you don't need.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
Whoa. Oh. Well, let's take trauma number 1 with him. Let's talk first.
No matter what lies ahead, I'll face it. Whatever it takes. I'm just sorry that you have to join me for the whole thing.
Also, I like that in the fairy tale, Nihita made Dottore be a monster in a fox suit that was self-loathing. If I have Nihita, I can read Wanderer Mind. Dang. Maybe I should have wished for Nahida. Anyways.
It's time to get ready.
Yeah, I skipped Nahida because I'm like, yeah, I'll wait. Oh, I can see all the enemies I'm going to fight. It looks like we're going to take our aggression out on the biggest pain in our asses. Me and the Wanderer both. Time to face the music. Oh, that's cool. Alright, let's take this. Like Bohemian Rhapsody. Ah, funny, because his name's Scaramouche.
This looks like Inazuma. Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful. Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
And now we're here to finish the job. And I will fight and protect you. Just that way you get to experience all the pain all over again. It sounds very sincere when I say that, but I'll be very honest with you, Wanderer, right now. You destroyed everything that you once were by removing everything that you once had. You needed all that pain to be who you were. Without it, you are, as you said, a puppet with nothing to hold to yourself. Even though you saved yourself from all that pain, you still ended up giving yourself one big scar. And now we're here to finish the job.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here. Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace? You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna. And the rest is history. Well, it used to be. In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident. Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Wait, was there treasure up there that I missed? I hope not. Ancient memory turnips, my favorite.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Mono.
That's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Man, it's a good thing I'm good at parkour. Lol, ancient memory terms are good this time of year, uwu. Don't clip me saying uwu. Oh, God! Well, that happened.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
If you know, you know.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever. This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together. What happened to the child then? He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too. The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Well, let's have trauma. Oh, and the hole's patched up now. Well, that's good. Fix that. Thought there would have been a lot more enemies here. Something happened to your clip? I may have also clipped it myself, so I can check it later and see if I have what I said.
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
There is no escape!
Can't see?
Use this.
Illusion shattered! Now you shall perish!
This isn't good.
There is no escape!
Drown!
Finally, some quiet.
I'll uproot you!
No excuse for Sergeant. You can't run.
Rest and rebuild! Billowing surge!
I see you will be a killjoy. That all you got? You can't run. Went too far.
Oh, crystal marrow. Can I take this? Fine, I won't take it then. Ooh, ancient cabbage memories. Also, yeah, that was the first time we heard the Jester's voice. Oh. I know this room. Well, let's relive the past.
This place is dark.
Paimon knows this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
Oh, so you remember that.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here. Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
I remember this. It was an unsettling place. It was right after Tepe died.
Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Well, it's amazing to see her alive again.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan.
Okay, Tweet, let me emphasize the bit that I mentioned. This is the first time we get to hear the Jester in the game. I know we heard the Jester talk at the Fatui video with Signora's funeral. This is the first time we get to hear him in the game. I mean,
Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have.
Twee, you really think I would forget the Fatui video? Like that really cool video? How and why would I forget that?
Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
It's not like you're gonna lose your head.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
That is true. Child complicates everything.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
And we never heard from her again.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is?
A witch.
Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Alright, so Wanderer, this is where we first meet.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
I hear everything!
Got you!
This body belongs here to play with me.
Enshroud!
Let me amuse myself a little.
Torrent, I'm refuge!
Can't see.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal. Over here.
Scatter!
Blink.
Oh, I thought she fell off a cliff. I thought she no-clipped.
Just once more.
Anything here? Any chests worth noting? Can I climb this? No, but I can stay pinned here and glide forever. Okay, I stopped moving. I'm pinned. Huh. Well, this is something. Oh, there we go. No, I cannot climb that. And no, there is no chest here.
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru. Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
He always is uncomfortable.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
Yep. He's a bastard. He's the doctor. He's behind all this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon. Let's move on.
No, I want to punch the memory in the face. Let me punch the memory of Dottore. I think it'd be funny. But okay.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
That's what you were missing, Wanderer. Scaramouche. Balladeer. You are missing your humanity because you took it away from yourself.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying...
Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules. with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
Is this the true meaning of the great Urukadavada's words? A person can't erase themselves? And even though the original Balladeer is gone, this person will live on in his place. Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my...
Is he alright?
Oh. Shit. Oh, not the death laser.
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
That's what I was waiting for.
This is trying my patience.
Have you got all your memories back now?
Have you got any more stupid questions? Feeble human! Too slow. Churn! The wind rises.
At my command, you shall fall.
1 second. Time out. Time out. So Balladeer, you really gotta try this Tashin. It's really good. Why do I need the food bag, Twee? If the combat just pauses when I go to the menu. Also, you really gotta try the delicious butter chicken. And who could miss the best dish from Mondstadt? Fisherman's toast. Though I think you would like to like the chili minced cornbread buns. I was talking to Scaramouche. It was a bit. I was giving him the butter chicken.
Behold. My endless cycle begins! Feeble human! Squall and Fury! Wretched vermin! Churn! Perish! The wind rises. Insignificant pest!
Ha! So much for everlasting.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
Well, normally there's a phase 2, but I think we just surpassed it.
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
As much as I find you very annoying and disgusting, I'm very happy to have you back.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self. Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Well, now that you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up to you.
You sound like you're concerned about me.
Well, as someone who is now, 1, a vision wielder, and 2, someone I now care for. Hard to believe, even for myself, I know. Forgiving a Fatui, Harbinger, is really weird.
But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Did that fix all of reality as well?
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Me, myself, but not I.
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer. It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted. You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him.
That is fair.
I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui. and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
Oh, so that didn't fix it. Okay, so I guess all of the past isn't entirely fixed.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the Doctor.
Well, that's a fine way of looking at it. Very convoluted plan,
Very
but it worked.
clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Mahita doesn't see you in that way.
Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered.
Fair enough.
Including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrent in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how. Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
Please stop making it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
You get along just swimmingly with Eula.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Well,
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
oh, good.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate? Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
You want us to decide?
No! Paimon only does nicknames! If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Name change rules. You can obtain the item an appellative stroke from the Archon Quest interlude Inversion of Genesis, which allows you to change Eons Adrift Wanderer Animo's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interfaces of the game going forward will display the name you've chosen. There is a limit on the number of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. Disclaimer. Travelers, please ensure that you follow our terms of service. To create a healthy gaming environment, please read and confirm that you will not instigate or take part in the creation of content that discriminates against any race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, government, and/or region. The bullying or insulting of any travelers or groups of travelers, any content or behavior that violates the terms of service. Yeah, so my friend, thank you, Tweet. So my friend did actually, she said this excitedly before this quest even came out, saying, "Oh, I heard that you can change Scaramouche's name in this quest." I didn't think much of it, and then, Twee mentioned, "Oh, that might have been a spoiler." Your lie, it mostly worked, yeah. I still had thoughts like, oh, maybe this might happen, or maybe he'll just like change his name to something himself automatically. I still had hunches that it might happen. I wasn't sure. I might talk with my friend, asking her, hey, if you think this might, please refrain from anything that might seem like a spoiler. Just out of like, I'm gonna try and say it kindly to her, because like I know she's as excited for Genshin with everything they come out with every single time like me, but like this clearly was a spoiler. Oh wait, so can I not name him Midgard Sommer? Also, can I not name him Scaramouche? Hang on. Midgard Midgard Sormer. Okay, I'll enter Scaramouche. This will be fun. Well, here's the thing. Midgard Somer, you would first think, oh, because I play Final Fantasy XIV, you're picking that based off the big dragon. Yes and no. I completely forgot that was Midgard Somer. I was thinking about, in a way of honoring a mobile game that a lot of people love that is now defunct and offline, Dragalia Lost, where the main dragon that you team up with in that game is named Midgard Sormer. And he is a wind dragon, which fits well with the fact that Scaramouche is now Animo. Yeah, let me put in Scaramouche real fast.
I have no need for these names anymore.
Let me give some more thought.
Okay. Have you got anything?
Alright, let's see if this works. Wait. I can tweak. Can I try Paimon? Okay.
That won't work. Okay. Have you got anything?
Oh, I should have started at 8 o'clock if I knew I was going to be going this late right now. And if I knew there was going to be this much reading. But let's try it. Midgard Somer. Oh, is there an R between? There's an R before it. Alright, let's see if Midgard Somer works. Oh, you named him Sora because it meant sky in Japanese. That's way better of a name. Twee, that's a way better name. Damn. I don't know if my name is Scaramouche now. I mean, Midgard Somer. Well, here's the thing: is I know I can change his name like again after I name him, but I don't want to waste it the first time. So, words, names related to the wind. Oh, does he accept the traveler? Or does he just like say no, but thank you? Oh, he'll accept my name. Okay. So there is like the name Zephyr and Zephyrus. Zephyrus is the name of a Greek god of the west winds. Oh, I do have him. Hey, Butesife, how you doing? Actually, I was looking this up. There's actually a ancient Sumerian name called Enlil, which means wind. It's ancient Sumerian. It's an actual name, and it's based in the culture of Egypt. I'll type it out. Enlil. It means Lord of the Wind. It also just translates to just wind. Let me see. Okay, there is some bit of mythology. Do I get a warning if it says this is the name of a god? And do I get a warning that tells me to change it? Like, what happens? Oh, wait. Wait, does that mean I keep the name but I have to change it immediately? So it's like I change the name but it tells me I need to change it immediately after that? Oh my gosh, this is so complicated. There is also the Japanese name for wind, which is kaze. It means wind, breeze, or draft. No, I don't think so. It's a Japanese word. Or like it's the name for wind. What do you think? Should I do kaze or Enlil? I'll do that then. Okay, well now we have Okay, I'll go with Enlil only because I think it's such a very odd name that I don't think it's gonna upset anyone. If I do have to change it, I will change it to Kaze, and then we'll see about that. I doubt there'll be any like complaints though. I think this might work, so we'll try that. Well, I think so, because what is... Let me look up Gilgamesh real fast on my trusty phone. Gilgamesh name. I also did research on Gilgamesh, and apparently he was a historical king of Sumerian city-state of Uruk. Also in Mesopotamia. Damn, this is hard. What if I just went with Zephyr? Or wait, there's a Turkish name for the wind. Essen. Well, no, Zephyr is an anglicized version of Zephyros, which is the god of the west wind. But Essen doesn't seem to have any godly names to it. I can't believe this is like... We've had 3 long parts of this entire stream. The first one was reading a bunch of like essays and books. The second was reading more essays and books. And the third is trying to name a character. Kaminari? What's Kaminari? Kaminari. Japanese for lightning. Scaramouche. Okay, actually, you know what? Mute. I'm gonna take you up on that one. I actually like that because it's referencing to his past, but it's enough of a name for himself, and I kind of like that. So it helps him acknowledge the past, but he keeps it in his own way. Thank you for that one. Kaminari. Yes, and his mommy, Twee.
Are you sure?
Don't ask me that question! I'm terrible when people ask me these questions. Yes, I'm sure.
Oh, alright. If you say so.
you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname?
It looks so good. It looks perfect. I love it. Oh. Mute, thank you so much for that. Yeah, Sandra does sound like Sandra. Yeah, Twee named him Sora, which I think works a little too well with everything.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
So what do you plan to do now, Kaminari?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
You can't name him Scaramouche, though. He'll decline it.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Also, it kind of fits with him being named Kaminari, meaning lightning, because his burst, he strikes down with his boot like lightning.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate.
A Russian
You
O.
still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing.
Yeah?
There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I will let them know. Because it's good to at least preserve the past in some capacity.
I see. That is up to you. Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine. I'll heed by your request.
No nonsense. I like it.
Mute, I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that works out.
All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
By the way, I forgot I can do this. But,
He's gone.
I forgot I put in the command you can boop. And hug.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
You know what? I forgot. You know what? Mute, let me help you out there. You know what? While we're here. Group hug.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Yes.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
It's about time we had a break. As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
You sound lost and confused. I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
First off, I muted that entire bit I was talking about something. I'll explain after. What the fuck's happening?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
So things happen without anything stopping it.
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
The voice has disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
It's because the vase broke and you broke it. Believe my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
Yeah.
It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
This is definitely the weirdest country I've come to. I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Okay. Out of anything that has startled me, the fact that that voice, that disembodied voice, came out of fucking nowhere, scared the absolute shit out of me. That scared me more than anything else this game has done. I felt fear. I felt genuine fear. But anyway, Tweet, what I was trying to say was, I don't know who that was. If that was, I want to say, if that was the next Archon, I will be flabbergasted. If that was, I don't know, the god of all gods, I forget what her name is. If that was her, I will be astounded. But the fact that this disembodied voice froze time like that, because I know when Nahida talked to us, we didn't get that same vision. So that has to be a very powerful figure. And for them to do that, I am absolutely startled. I am scared. Because now they are involved. They have seen our lives. They are involved now. They are aware of our presence. But yeah, like Tweet, as I was saying earlier, because I was muted, the fact I'll wrap things up as we're talking. As we were, as I was gliding down, I was commenting saying, I find it admirable and also so risky that Hoyoverse took the opportunity to take the actual mentions of the Balladeer in like voice lines and just remove them and delete them from the game, similar to that of Ruka Devada. It's such a weird, risky thing to do, but it works so well for just this as a game. Like, you could see this in D&D being like, oh, no one remembers this. This never existed. And you just go along with it. But with a game, it's like, oh, I'll just look at the source files. Nope, it's gone. It just is never there. It gets every bit of detail. And that is such great dedication to the game. And I love it. I still sound kind of sick and congested. Hopefully not as bad as yesterday. Also, there's now a new survey. On time. So what's like the story? I liked the first half of it, where it's like, oh, you just have to go through memories and you learn more about Scaramouche and his his origins. I got worried. I was worried about the story and the whole game when it's like, oh, he deleted himself from existence. I was like, oh no. No, don't. Am I going to have to grab this character now? This character I had wished for? Is he going to be a complete different character, a clean slate, where he just has to, he just has slight anger issues and is just confused and just is a very okay and friendly man? Now that everyone has forgot about him. But then I saw, details were still the same, just in different ways because they happen regardless and things. Which I do also like that bit where it's like, oh, he tried to change fate, but it didn't change anything. It all led to the same result still. It's so well made. I love it. But yeah, the thing that I like about Scaramouche that I care for him about now is that I was like, okay, I wish for him, but I'm gonna wait to see how the game makes me want to play him. The way the game has done it,
What do you want from me?
the way the game has done it is because I didn't realize it myself until after he wanted to delete himself, was that I would not like him. I could not like him as his new self if he were just a kind and just hollow puppet like he had become. As much as I hated him for all of the things that he did, I could not forgive him unless he owned the mistakes and sins he made. I want to say that's how they kind of planned to write him. They wanted you to dislike him. They wanted you to care for him when he was gone and miss the old him. Even though you had the new version of him, it wasn't the same. And that's kind of why I think it works so well for him. Because he's like, oh, you have the new Scaramouche, the new Traveler, the new Wanderer. And it's like, no, I want him the way he was. So he can acknowledge things, but also so I can still dislike him. But he feels redeemed to me. He tried to fix everything himself. He wanted to stop the pain from happening. He did a selfless thing to himself and deleted himself from existence. Which I think is better than anything a child has done. And it works so well. I can't get enough of it. So now that I've done this quest and everything, I will now actually kind of work into grinding him. I've gotten to level 60, but that was kind of all easy stuff to do. So I am going to be doing a lot of grinding for him now. I might be doing that tomorrow and things. Yeah. I'm glad you like my take. I also like that was I've never noticed that idle animation where he just like examines his vision. But I like that. I like all these details they've just put in on him. That they really wanted to take someone that you hate and make you like them. That is how you do a very good job of it. Even if you deny saying, oh, it's stupid, I still don't like him. You can't help but feel happy that he's himself. He's his same self. Anyways, that is where we're going to end for tonight. One detail I like is vision, his heart. Yeah, it's over his heart. You pointed that out. Oh, I gotta. It's over his heart. His ambition is his heart. He wants to be free. He wants his heart to be free and everything. That is another detail I like about this god. Kaminara has become such a lovely character. The way he just kind of feels his heart, like it's if he's feeling himself have a heartbeat. It's amazing. There's so much detail to this I just love. Anyways. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed this so much. This I think was like this was the first story quest where I was concerned for the story. I felt like the story was not going to be good. I thought they were going to do something dumb with time travel. I'm always anxious about time travel things and stories. But the way this worked was like, you can try it, but it'll still happen. You can get rid of yourself, but it'll still happen. You just won't be involved. It was such a good story. Anyways, we're going to find someone to raid for tonight. there is 2 people on my follower list. I don't want to raid Primula because she's playing Final Fantasy 14, and she might be doing something that might be a spoiler to me. Let me see about this other one. We might be doing this. We might be raiding this person instead. Rivimu. They're a cow VTuber. Uh, they're a cow VTuber, and they are currently playing Satisfactory. So I think we're gonna raid them for tonight. If you don't want to follow in, you don't have to. You can go ahead and raid whoever else you can go check out whoever else you want to. Go have fun. But we'll raid Rivimu. I don't think I've ever raided her stream before, so this will be fun. Anyways, everyone, go have fun. If you go enjoy whoever you want to enjoy, and I will see you later. Have a good one. Right, I still have to hit. I had to hit the raid button. In 10 seconds, we'll go raid Rivimu. So if you want, you can check me out on YouTube. Check my VODs. You can check me out on Twitter at IceBooth. YouTube's at IceBooth as well, and you can also check out my TikTok where I post a lot of my clips. I've been starting to do that a lot more now on at IceBooth. Yeah, go have fun, guys. See yous.